the boardroom, please. Right. I will call us to order at 5:36 p.m. If you will all rise for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, and we're gonna welcome Mrs. Turley to sit in and do roll call for us this evening.
Alrighty. Dr. Archambault.
Here.
Emily Hunt-Daly. Here. Walter Jaramillo.
Here.
Ron Ortiz.
Here.
Francis Lee.
Present. We do indeed have a quorum. We will now move to the adoption of the agenda. Board members, are there any changes to the agenda? If so, what? Right. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation?
I recommend that we approve tonight's special board meeting agenda.
All right, board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? And a second? Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt-Daly and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion, board members? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Archambault.
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt-Daly.
Yes.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo.
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Mrs. Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Adoption of minutes for the April 1st board meeting. Are there any amendments to the minutes? And if so, what? All right, Superintendent Widener. Superintendent Widener.
I recommend that we approve the minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Board members, is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
Approve the minutes as amended.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Mio to approve the minutes as presented. Any discussion, board members? None, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Archambault.
Yes.
Mrs. Emily Hunt-Daly.
Yes.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo.
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz.
Yes.
Mrs. Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next, we get to move to presentations and action.
Yes.
Board members, I'll just, Ms. Daly, you pointed out that our agenda looks a little bit different. We all really liked our last meeting when we had the snowstorm come in, and we did presentations and then the action items that went along with those presentations right away, so that we didn't wait. And this was something that I know Mr. Ortiz and Dr. Archambault had done prior years. And so we're going old school, new school. So that's why it's a little bit different, and hopefully it will get us to move through things very efficiently. So Mr. White.
Our first presentation and action item tonight is the Grants High School Skills USA Advisors. They're here, they were here at our last meeting presenting their kids that won at State Skills USA. And so now they're here to talk to us about going to nationals and us helping support them in that. So Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Rivera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, guys. I guess the appropriate thing to start with is to say that this, caught us off guard a little bit. We all obviously we've had the chapter for 3 years now, and we've come home with hardware every year, but I guess maybe we were a little short-sighted. Maybe we weren't thinking nationally, but what we've been saying lately is that this is maybe the new standard for us, that we now need to think about this, that we may send people to nationals every year. So we are here obviously to, hopefully get some assistance from this board which has been so supportive of us, throughout the years. And, I think that moving forward, we have made it our new standard that we will have to step up our fundraising game, and those are things that are in the works already. So basically, that's, I guess, just a good place to start. We're super excited, and our students are really excited, parents are excited. I'll just mention too that this was the biggest Skills USA competition numbers since we've been involved. And so I think it makes the accomplishment sort of stand out a little more when you consider that there were more competitors. I have to throw this in. We have been finishing behind Centennial High School for the last 3 years. Well, that's over now. We've climbed that hill and we're over that hill. So, but it's super excited. The kids are excited, and if we can answer any questions for you about, or if there's information you'd like us to provide, we are open ears.
Board members, any questions?
Any of the students here? Any of the students?
Are any of the students here?
They're not, and
Track and field
they're all
and
they're all so busy with other things that we figured we'd handle it for them today. Sorry about that, with Dr. Guy. So we are going to compete as a television news team, but there's been a sea change at Grants High School in terms of students interested in the CTE courses that we have. I just came from a department head meeting, and we have the demand from students is more than we can even handle right now. That's how big the CTE offerings have come. The work we've done has inspired Mr. Morayo to, everyone is now in the mode of getting better at what they do in their own classrooms. And not to say that we've set the standard, but they've seen us have success. And Mr. Morayo, who we couldn't even get to go to a training in Albuquerque, now he's on board and saying, we gotta go back and do this. As you know, Mr. Rivera is our residential construction teacher. Mr. Hawkins, our medical terminology teacher. It's just, the change has been just incredible to see. Kids want career technical classes. And again, we don't have enough, I hope I'm not, I don't mean to be negative, but we have more kids that want classes than we can give them at this point. And so to answer your question, it's all of it. It's welding, it's medical terminology, it's cosmetology, it's residential construction, it's mass media. So to say one is more desirable for the kids, I'm not sure which one that would be, because they're also in demand.
Also, we're also constantly on the hunt, trying to get another teacher for another part of the Skills USA program so that they can start mentoring those students and helping them with those competitions, stuff that's not our field. So we're trying to constantly grow this Skills USA. And with CTE, it's been amazing.
So are we incorporating therapy class?
Well, I'm not sure. Do we know what's happening at middle school for next year?
We don't, as of right now, I think there's 4 competitions that an 8th grader or middle school, 7th or 8th, can participate in. We would just have to get an advisor down there at that level. So, and then also get the teachers involved, so that they're working on that path towards the competition and working with that.
I'll note too, just out of interest, we, Laguna Acoma for the first time sent students, not to Skills USA, but in the area of news broadcasting. And we had 4 students come to Grants High School and I don't want to say we helped them get ready for the competition, but we set them up in a competition situation and they went and so things are building not just at Grants High School, but at Laguna Acoma too. And it's only gonna grow from here. So that's where we're at with all of that.
At one point, they had
Over at Laguna Acoma, I'm not sure. Do you know? I'm sorry, I'm picking up Vanessa back here.
I think they have like a room still, but they kind of like set it up like this. Yeah.
And of course, that's the new thing, podcasting. So it's doing things over the internet now. I know I'm an AM guy myself. That shows my age, but it's all podcasting now. So that's the thing, you know, so yeah. Well, we're doing it at Grants High School and it sounds like they're doing it at Laguna Acoma as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else, board members? All right, I think we will move to our action item, consideration of approval for the Skills USA students to travel to Atlanta, Georgia for the National Skills USA competition in the amount of $9,691.45. Mr. Widener.
I recommend that we approve this action item.
Oh, fantastic. Board members, is there a motion to approve the Skills USA students to travel to Atlanta, Georgia for the National Skills USA competition in the amount of $9,691.45?
So moved.
Uh-oh.
Second.
Okay, perfect. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the Skills USA students to travel to Atlanta, Georgia for the National Skills USA competition in the amount of $9,691.45. Any discussion, board members?
We're taking 4 students, 2 advisors. There's room on the plane for somebody, I'm sure.
We need a female chaperone.
Right?
No, you don't, because it's all boys, right? It is all boys.
That's
Wow.
right.
Wow.
But you still need a female to keep them.
Yeah. To line them out, right?
I'm not gonna disagree with that. I think my wife's watching the stream, so.
All right, any further discussion, board members? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Arshumbo, yes, okay.
Good.
Mrs. Emily Hunt
That's a
Daly,
good one.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz, Mrs. Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Congratulations.
We humbly thank you all and we'll obviously keep you apprised of our,
Yes, sir.
and we're going to win. We're not just going to have fun.
That's right.
We're getting ready.
That's
And
right.
will
like
be
you
ready.
said, just think of the future.
And we are
Plan-
thinking of
Plan
the-
for the future.
The
Absolutely.
students are really, really excited. They're going to win. And once they found out that there's an international event, which is how next year in Shanghai, China, if they win this
Oh,
one,
wow.
then they were
Aim
like,
high.
we can go. And I'm like,
Yes,
yeah.
aim high.
For sure, you'll need a chaperone.
Do they win trophies, gold medals?
If they were to win, actually, I think if they win this one, they get almost a full ride scholarship.
There's scholarships available and then so many networking opportunities and just so many, I think, positives to come out of this, and we're gonna soak up every bit of it that we can.
Excellent. Well, congratulations,
We will.
gentlemen, and best of luck. We'll look forward to hearing how our kids do.
Thank
And
you so
Mr.
much.
Rivera, I hear you get to race, back over the
Run right
track.
out of here, yes.
And the thing is, it's a small town, so when people come in at 10 o'clock in the night, they hear the entourage coming into the town whenever our kids
They
do well,
like
they
it,
go, what is
right?
that noise? There's a parade in the middle of the night.
Perfect.
So
And
that's.
it's happening more and more, isn't it? So
It
yeah,
is.
I like it. I love it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Board members, I will remind you that we are talking about our strategic plan, and CTE programs are part of our strategic plan under academic excellence, strategic plan goal 1. And so continuing with that, we have another one of our CTE programs. In March, we had our state winning DECA students here from Laguna Acoma High School. And they are working to get to nationals, and they have gotten some donations and sponsorships. And so it's my pleasure to let Mrs. Fernando speak to us about DECA and their national trip.
Oh, yeah, I think we're getting ready. I booked our flights. I think we're all pretty much set to go. Kids are really excited. I have one student who has never flown on an airplane before, so that'll be something. But yeah, we got another donation for the amount of $2,000, just to put towards our DECA program.
Perfect.
Excited.
Excellent. Board members, do you have questions?
Total, I have 62. But yeah, we took whoever qualified, and then we have 4 that are going to nationals.
Is that enough money?
This is a donation.
I mean, yeah, it's just a
Oh, okay,
donation.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
Well,
okay.
I'm still wanna
Right?
know, do you
Well,
have enough
yeah.
money?
Oh yeah, the cost of our trip, yeah, it's quite expensive, but yeah, we get, I apply for funding, and then, they kind of just, whatever funding they get from their sponsors, for DECA, they provide it for the chapters, and they just split it equally between the chapters for New Mexico.
That's great.
Same question. I don't have a clear picture of whether all of the expenses are.
I believe so, yes. The main thing was, our flights, that was our biggest expense. And we have our hotels, we have registration, we have food, and got our attraction tickets paid for. So yes, we're pretty much all good to go.
So when it comes to the donation, as compared to the other, I'm assuming we were, that was the donation to Skills USA for, that is our funding.
That wasn't a donation.
No, so explain the difference between them seeking donations and we providing direct funding to Skills USA.
Fernando, did we agree to help pay for part of your, we did?
Yeah, so
Yes.
I
So,
can speak to that.
so we already had an action item about early March
I
where
remember that.
we
It
had,
wasn't, there wasn't a,
yeah, I think, I don't know how much,
The reason is because Miss Fernando's program is a complete program of study. And so she's one of the teachers that is funded through the Perkins grant. And in the Perkins grant, I specifically wrote in there for there to be student travel funds. And so we're able to use the Perkins grant to pay for the student travel for them to go. So the flights and the registration and the rooms are coming out of that Perkins grant. This is additional funding for her for those other things that they would need to do
Meals.
that Perkins will not pay for.
okay, so one is to Atlanta and the other one is to, what was it?
Orlando, Florida.
There was a board section of funding.
Perkins is paying for the most of it. So through the Perkins grant,
Board.
But no board travel.
members, Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Guy chaperone.
yes, I believe that it was specifically written in there that Dr. Guy could chaperone.
So he pays his own.
All right, so board members, this is consideration for a donation to DECA for national travel in the amount of $2,067.65. Superintendent Widener.
I recommend that we do accept this donation so they can do some of the fun stuff.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion to approve the DECA donation for national travel in the amount of $2,067.65? Thank you. And a second by Mr. Jaramillo. All right. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the DECA donation for national travel in the amount of $2,067.65. Any discussion, board members?
I agree with Dr. Guy. that To make the trip more enjoyable, we're not concentrating on being in the town. And maybe on the other hand, the board can give them. So that they can have a nice meal and a nice restaurant in there. I know how these trips are. It's like,
Yeah, well, like the average prices there in Orlando, Florida are at least like $17-18. So I was wondering if, if we could put this donation towards our meals, just like a little bit more extra, so that we have that. So we're not eating the same things we have here, so they can try different things, yeah.
So
Their cultures.
I can speak to that as well. Our local money, our wind farm account will cover all the meals up to the allowable purchasing for that area. So those are their guidelines that we can follow. So for example, when we travel to Los Angeles, instead of the 59 that you get in the state of New Mexico, it adjusts to 85 because $59 buys you 2 meals in LA, but for 85 you can get more. So their meals are taken care of totally and will not have to come out of your program funds.
Okay,
So this money can go to other things because the district for any of our students that go to state or nationals, regional science fair, we will pick up their meals.
Excellent.
Well, no sack lunches.
Correct.
No,
Perfect.
And you want them to try the foods that are there.
and I think this money you kind of are hoping to use for Disney, right?
oh yeah, we have our tickets, we have pretty much everything good to go, leave Friday, so.
I don't know. about that.
And board travel is included in that, right?
Work on that next year, right?
Yeah.
All right, is there any further discussion, board members?
My daughter-in-law, so wherever she goes, I get to go too.
Oh, perfect.
That doesn't count.
All right. Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Guy Archambault,
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz, Mrs. Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next, Mr. Whitehead.
Thank you.
Thank you, congratulations, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Get pictures and keep us posted and all the things. Thank you.
So tonight we have a presentation from two of our principals that aligns with strategic plan goal 2, teaching and learning and professional development. We have been vetting professional development for almost a year. I've talked at a couple of meetings about Marzano training, Marzano professional development. Dr. Archambault sent me some really good questions today, just kind of asking how we were gonna roll this out, how we were gonna do this. And kind of how is the board accountable in helping to evaluate the professional development. So I'm gonna pass around information to all of you. And I was printing this at the last minute after Dr. Archambault and I worked
Thank you,
together. And I will recommend that in future work sessions, we talk about and evaluate how the Marzano training, how the professional development experiences are going. And so without further ado, I'm gonna let Miss Amy Ray and Mrs. Amanda Valdez talk to you about Marzano and the data that they've collected from their sites.
Lovely.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, directors, guests, everyone. Today, we're going to explore how Marzano's framework helps us create impactful learning environments that foster student success. This framework, developed by Robert J. Marzano, is based on decades of research into effective teaching and learning strategies. Our goal tonight is to dive into its key components and how they connect to high reliability schools. to empower both educators and students with those research-based teaching strategies. Marzano's framework is built on a foundation of evidence-based research spanning 50 years. The heart of the framework shifts the focus from just teaching actions to actual learning results, ensuring that students benefit the most from instructional methods. By prioritizing student outcomes, educators can drive meaningful improvements in achievement and engagement. So Marzano's, the new art and science of teaching within the Marzano strategies are broken into key components. Within those key components, it's broken into feedback, content, and context. So just speaking about content for a moment, content entails direct instruction in lessons like chunking content, processing content, recording and representing content, and how that content is presented. It's also entails in practicing and deepening lessons, which that includes examining errors in research, structured practice sessions, examining similarities and differences. Content also includes knowledge and application lessons, engaging students cognitively in complex tasks, providing resources, generating and defending claims. There is also strategies that appear in all types of lessons, like previewing, rather than just jumping right into the lesson. Previewing, highlighting critical information, revisiting knowledge, reflecting, purposeful homework, organizing students to interact. So that was just within the strategy of content. There's also feedback and context for engagement, rules and procedures, relationships, communicating high expectations. So within the content, feedback, and context, there's 43 of the research-based strategies that teachers can dive in to hone in and improve, learn and improve on. At its core, this framework is about results, placing students' learning at the forefront. Schools that prioritize these strategies see measurable improvements in achievement and engagement. Not only does this model provide consistency for educators, but it also fosters a culture of continuous growth. Now let's look at how Marzano's approach connects to high reliability schools. High reliability schools focus on creating safe, supportive learning environments while ensuring teaching is highly effective. By integrating Marzano strategies, schools can establish a clear path for continuous improvement and student success. Now, actionable strategies for educators. So what does this mean for teachers? Marzano's framework identifies best practices such as setting clear learning objectives, providing ongoing feedback, and ensuring assessments are effective. These strategies equip educators with the tools they need to maintain high engagement and optimize learning outcomes.
All right, Ms. Amanda. Good evening, everybody. So the next slide is slide 7, and this is supporting professional development. Beyond benefiting students, this framework is instrumental in professional development. It offers reproducible tools that enhance instructional quality, ensuring that teachers can continue to evolve and hone in their practice to improve their craft, and provides a growth mindset with collaboration and continuous learning at the heart of improving education. This also, in essence, allows teachers to lean on each other within the district. At each school, doesn't matter where they go to, but they can lean on each other at their sites as they navigate through this new framework. Next would be the concept of the confidence seal. A particularly exciting initiative connected to this framework is the confidence seal. This symbol recognizes student readiness through mastery of skills, collaboration, and achievement milestones. By celebrating these accomplishments, we foster motivation and lifelong learners. This also gives teachers that success that they can say, that was my kid. It also gives the schools that success. These were our children. in essence, putting our stamp of approval on every single kid who goes through our school system. Do you want to say anything about that? You had a really good thing about that the other day.
When you can see students, and we speak specifically and think of that throughout this time of year when we have graduates returning to their elementary schools for their senior walkthroughs and things like that. And we know that our standards with Common Core, our standards are going deeper, not wider, and they don't often repeat grade level to grade level. Oftentimes we need intervention, but we need to go deeper. So which is why they really have to have it strong at every grade level to move on, which is why you can't just say, you know, high school teachers are getting kids to graduate, because kindergarten teachers are necessary to get kids to graduate. Second grade teachers have to make sure that they have their content delivered and effectively, memorably engaging, so that way that student is gonna come away with all those memories and remember and master that content. So then, you know, and I speak from that second grade kiddo or from those group of kids, oftentimes they remember the really good, or they remember those strong core memories. And so when they're coming back to walk our halls, then they remember those valuable teachers and teachable moments, and it's us to say, I taught that one was mine. And sometimes, like, we see them in Skills USA, or it's great to see them in a presentation later to say, I had a hand in that.
I just heard about this walkthrough, one of the students also went to ground teacher down, she went that, I've never heard of it. She's just going to walk, she's gonna come back down, or she's asking to come back down.
See, and that's your stamp of approval, that seal of confidence, that they want to go back to your school.
See, and I like the PR and stuff like that, but I really wanna hear what you think about.
Okay.
How do you and your teachers incorporate it into the listening plan? This is good PR, and I can watch this everywhere, but I wanna know what actuality happens in the class.
So we can come back and
Yeah.
present. Once we
Well-
get this approved, we'll
Well, I
come
think
back.
in later slides, it gets to
Yeah.
what teachers want to have ownership in seeing. So we'll
And we
circle back to
we
that.
can't also forget that these achievement milestones aren't just necessarily focused on instruction, but it's also those milestones in getting those kids to school. The ones who can't drive themselves to school, the ones who want to come to school but can't. You know, those barriers, those 1% increases in success, those are huge milestones. If we get those chronic absentee students to school, that's a huge success. So that's another milestone that this would hone in on.
I think those 1%, like you're speaking about, also speaks and connects to the Marzano research-based teaching strategies. If some teachers maybe just take for granted, didn't know, sometimes you don't know what you don't know, and just previewing the data or presenting the goals of saying, this is what we're gonna learn today, and then again at the end, rather than just jumping through the lesson or for time's sake moving on, having that research-based strategy taught to you in that afterward, we're going to review and deliver the whole lesson and things like that. So they're receiving the core essence of the lesson and how to best practice present the lesson. Then no kid is hopefully left behind with that.
And do you have discussions like with the third grade teacher telling the second grade teacher, hey, I'm so glad you went over that, reviewed that, now I don't have to do, I can just do a basic review, which you get on with the stuff that they have to do.
Both ends of it,
Yes.
what they're needing, or these kids really knew this, or we went
What we
over
want.
this and this was sort of a struggle, we wanna hone in on that part of it.
All right, top strategies, choices by educational level. A recent district-wide survey revealed key strategies chosen by educators at different grade levels. I know I was like, you gotta get this survey done, and so was Ms. Valdez, and so I'm sure with Ms. Alkins, so. Do you want to say anything about this? If you do, just jump in. Okay. Anyway, so elementary teachers prioritize tracking student progress, engaging students in complex tasks, and celebrating success. Secondary teachers add practices like structured reflections and establishing rules and procedures to reinforce foundational teaching techniques. These findings highlight the universal impact of strong instructional strategies across all levels. This is giving back our educators a voice in what they need and how we're going to do it. So it's not just something that we are having to do, but it's something that we are actually trying to customize. And through this survey that we've all offered to our staff, they chose what we need to strategically hone in on.
And so I think that speaks to your point, Ms. Hunt Daly, behind the scenes. We had the survey which spoke to the 43 strategies I was talking about a while ago. And each one of us as principals presented it to our teachers at our weekly PLCs in presenting the Marzano research-based strategies and what can come from that, knowing that we can learn more from it, what they felt would be most powerful, what they felt would have most impact in their classroom, what they wanted to know more about. And we got the survey results and we were kind of curious to disaggregate the data in knowing, I wonder if they took this survey at a different point of the year. Is it because, you know, kids get squirrely in March and things, or is it because secondary versus elementary? I wonder who thought what and where would be most powerful to dive in and target. But it was powerful even to us knowing that that's what they picked and knowing that the survey was completed by, we have the percentage of 73% of the staff members. And what, you know, taking their priority from what they felt would have the most impact in their classroom.
Commend you on that. That's a lot better than just having something shoved down your throat. That's
Yeah.
not even a good idea.
Yeah, and something that Ms. Valdez and I had spoke about was we only surveyed like our certified teachers, knowing that we have substitutes in the class that have been long-term. You know, the percentage would have been higher.
Mhm.
And I feel that if we had also maybe added the EAs onto this, it would have been higher. So what we got out of the survey was, I think, the best data I've ever seen coming from teachers. And so that's a positive, that's a very positive journey that we're gonna go on.
Mr. White, I think that's important because we don't hear a lot of the result of all the stuff that we're doing. And I think we've been clamoring for assessment data from the system. Where they're going with this. I see a very expensive program here. And I think what if we've got data and things that our staff and our different schools are willing to incorporate into their teaching, then it's worth the dollars that we're spending on it. I mean, I've heard these things all scaffolding. They just give it a new name 10 years later. And so I want to see more positive or come back and give us more exceed on that data, on the summary. And see where we're going with the program and not assuming it's being done. I mean, sometimes assume that like with SEL, we assume that the teachers are doing it, but we don't really know if they're, we never get any feedback from them. But I'm thankful that you're incorporating the community. Good idea with the EAs, because they're in the classrooms a lot. Trying to teach them at the same time you can teach the students.
Yes, because every time that we have a professional development session, whether it be district-wide or at our own sites, the EAs go to the same session that they work with their grade levels too. And, you know, they're on the front lines right there with their kiddos, so their opinion is valuable. But going back to the point that with it being their own part of what would make the most impact would then hopefully speak to that ownership and buy-in and willingness to want to connect their lessons.
And we really do SEL.
We really do
it. Okay, so the next would be key findings from data analysis. Looking at the data trends, it's clear that tracking student progress and keeping students motivated are essential at every stage. These strategies help educators create learning environments that encourage growth and achievement consistently. And I think this would go along the lines too of the expectation of not just student engagement, but active engagement. And that's where we then see, is the teacher really engaging? Are they really providing lessons that are rich in positive engagement and keeping the attention. That to me is very important. And so when you change the mindset, you definitely change the learning shift. The last would be summary and call to action. To wrap things up, Marzano's framework provides a roadmap for effective teaching and high reliability schools. Sorry, I'm just offer a structured approach for success. By implementing these strategies and embracing concepts like the confidence seal, we not only enhance students' learning, but also empower educators to refine and elevate their teaching practices. As we move forward, let's continue prioritizing student-centered strategies that foster engagement, achievement, and continuous improvement in education. That's it.
So how long have you been?
Oh, for about 15 years. I'm just
Well-
kidding.
Well, the Marzano research-based teaching strategies, as we spoke about, have been around for 50 years, and in the good essence, the good teaching strategies have been there. Now, what we can't take for granted is that every teacher has gone through a traditional education program to learn the start to finish presentation of a lesson with best teaching practices, with some teachers, you know, being alternative licensure or different things like that. We want to ensure that all teachers have all the tools in their belt, and you know, all students are going to benefit from that.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll give you a little data, Mrs. Hunt-Daly. Currently, Mrs. Valdez just mentioned, we have a lot of alternatively licensed teachers. So those are people that didn't go through a teacher training program. They don't know how to do lesson plans. They don't know how to engage students, classroom structure, classroom management. And so this is kind of gonna give them tools to help them have an arsenal, a toolbox in their classroom. It's Cibola County, and so if you have a bachelor's degree, we want you to come be a teacher. And so we wanna really train our teachers in those key teaching skills. And that's kind of why we're looking so much at the new art and science of teaching. Additionally, our teachers over the last 5 years have gotten very used to Google Classrooms and online, and you know, and not necessarily engaging the kids with instruction. It's more, you know, go log in, do your assignment, and that's of course a downfall from the pandemic. And so we want to be able to really prepare folks in engagement. This year, we have spent $374,000 on professional development. And that's just a fraction of a few people. Dr. Guy and I have talked, Marzano looks expensive, right? It looks very expensive. It's actually $74 a day per teacher. Every teacher in our district, every EA in the classroom will get this professional development, and it'll be in their classroom. Our Marzano trainers will be here at least 6 days next school year, and they'll be helping our teachers with their individual classrooms and their individual lessons. And so we get a lot of bang for our buck for everyone. And it would have, if we were to send all of just our classroom teachers, it would be over $1 million to send them to trainings. And so I
Can you give us a date and
A schedule.
Yeah, so that maybe we would like to attend.
yes, we actually will be doing this at our fall kickoff in August. And we'll have our presenters there, and our summit will be focused on how these guys can work with their teams, and all of our principals have visited in their PLCs and collected data and information from their teachers of what they need. So that's kind of what you see in all of that.
Dr. Guy,
Dr. Guy looks like he's ready.
here we
I'm
go.
gonna go ahead and start.
Should I start a timer, start?
You know very well that I have high expectations, I've always had for myself. But I've also had it with you. And this. We have existential families, essential needs that we must do more than survive. And better be better.
I feel that this is equitable to speak to that point, and as Mr. Widener, to piggyback off of his point and connect to yours, is that oftentimes when a teacher has that willingness, heart, and passion and wants to learn more, it might be that select few of 5 to 7 within the building that have that growth mindset and want to go. And it's, feels like you speak to the choir and you're retraining those that are willing, whereas here, it's going to be everyone to ensure that everyone has the same knowledge content to fill those gaps. Or hopefully.
We are, let me, if you were presenting, I've written grants. And I know how hard it is sometimes to competitively compete with others and succeed in some. So I know what grant like. Let's assume that you are proposing this to us, and there's 3 other groups who are proposing the same thing. Will your proposal stand up? And would we be convinced to fund you $186,000? We need to know whether or not your proposal justifies expending the public's money, $186,000. He said we are spending over $300,000. But let's, for instance, just this, $186,000. How do you justify us doing that? And let me just say that it's important for us to hear the positiveness of all this. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to determine whether or not I feel that it is I have sufficient information to support this project. There are some things that I have talked to him about. And it's related to my experience in having to justify and competing with others for scarce money. This is easy money. We can just approve it till you get it. But we want results. The community wants results for every one of those children in your classroom. And that's critical. You've been school administrators, principals for a long time. You apply your supervisory skills using the teacher domains and are seeking to try and improve instruction through your own professional responsibilities. Now, this one is saying that we can do more. So, what I posed to Mr. Weiner was, let's take a look at how we can really do a good job of presenting the proposal to all of us, not just here. How does this relate to our strategic plan and to your master plan? So that means every school must know how this relates, how we will integrate our strategic plan and our individual task plans together. How will this address the academic needs of our students, disaggregated by the different subgroups? Okay. What are the strengths and weaknesses of our instructional programs as it right now? Because if you say that we are doing okay, then why do we need? So in other words, we need to self-reflect. That's what you did with that survey. So we need to self-reflect and ask ourselves, do we need this? Why do we need this? And in our schools, have we discussed this and said that we think that this may have some value for the school so that we can begin to develop buy-in for this. But it must be not top down. So we've seen a lot of things come and go and have been top down. And I remember one of my favorite teachers, and he said, and this too shall pass, and it did. So that's how important this is. And how will it strengthen our current instructional practices and PLCs, because we still need to do the PLCs. How will we monitor our progress? How will we assess effectiveness at each school? How will we report to the board the implementation, progress, and evaluation of it? How effective was the PD? What were the strengths and weaknesses of this? Will we want to continue? In other words, those are the 4 things that need to be presented. That's what he was talking about. We would get together and explore this. And by talking against it, I'm saying to you, we must be able to pull together a clear understanding of what we are expecting of each other, not only you, but also the administration, also the board. We want to be a part of that, which is launching it in a successful way. Because like I said, I've seen so many of them come down tight, and they've gone away. So we need to be able to address those kinds of things so that we know that the buy-in is coming from there, and that we at the top can see it. And thank you.
Dr.
Do you
Guy,
want me
let's
to
You're ready. Let's go.
I
Go ahead.
think that when you said, is this just another, I had like 3 or 4 thoughts as you were speaking, but I think that as you were saying, is this just another thing where, you know, will teachers respect that and own that? And I feel like with, especially Marzano having 50 years of research-based reliability and reputability, gives that it wouldn't just be another thing, because this has its its reputation, that if you use all not all, you know, the components, that students will come away with an engaged lesson. In speaking to your point of ensuring teachers, especially from a supervisory or our administration PLCs, walkthroughs, things like that end of it, goes back to before. In sometimes we can give feedback, we can give teaching suggestions, PLCs, which then doing walkthroughs connects to then what we choose to deliver at our PLCs for what teachers need. And sometimes some teachers, like we said before, don't know what they don't know, and that's our job to ensure that they do know what they are responsible for. So this would take that or not have that assumption, but give that assurance. Go ahead.
Do you know of any other districts that use this?
Gadsden, we're gonna go to Gadsden. I don't know if you've heard about their fairy tale story of how they had to come from rags to riches, basically, in instruction. They've turned so many schools around, and I have a few friends that work in that district that are willing to even allow us to come and visit them. And they are similar to our community. I mean, we can't necessarily compare ourselves to any other district though, because we are our own district. And in saying that, Dr. Guy, you bring out a good point to say that we're doing okay. But we've got to change that mindset from being okay to being brilliant. I think we discredit a lot of our teachers and our students when we say we're okay, we're doing good, we're doing okay on our tests. That's to me, that's a discredit to our students and to our teachers. And I feel like the more you say we're okay, the more they're gonna accept it. And with Marzano's, you bring out the best in them. You bring out their creativity. You bring out the power that they all have, because it's coming from the bottom up. For many years, we've been told from the top down, this is what you're gonna do. We do it and then it's changed because with the change of leadership, ideologies change, philosophies change, and you still have us in the trenches with our teachers trying to pull us back out because it's another thing. Which leads me to my point of, this is a thing right now. But when you bring our schools together, our leaders together, and our teachers together, it's no longer a thing, it's a collaboration. And so you put everybody's power together, everybody's wisdom together, and it's all one thing. It's not one school's doing this, another school's doing this. It's finally consistency. It's finally a continuum of what we expect for next school year. And so we're done with the okay, but we want to be brilliant, we want to be better. And it all goes back to this whole shifting gears thing, that we don't just shift gears and write it in first year all year or for 2 years. You really got to downshift and then take it into power drive.
And it's like you said before, the students need better. I feel like they deserve
They
better.
do.
But in going back to, yes, so, but also a credit to the district, a credit to what we have had, because when speaking to the teachers at their PLCs of what this may look like in the timeline and things like that, there was a compliment or sort of, you know, that given discussion around one of the things that have come about through TESOL, through all students, all teachers, all students deserving that, but all teachers needed to be trained for TESOL and ELLs with Mr. Kongsvik, is so a lot of the teachers said, will this look kind of like that when you know, with observations and powerful feedback, but that was something that at the time looked like this is something that all teachers have to go through. All teachers will go through this cohort, but knowing and going through that, they didn't know at the time, but 5 years later, 7, 10 years later for some, and they said that was one of the most powerful things that I have been through that has truly changed my teaching that we use every day. And that's what we can hope for. Expect.
Yeah, and so, do I sound like I'm against this thing?
No.
No, because I'm expecting a lot from us, and that's what I'm saying. But it also must be a buy-in by the teachers, by the principals. Do all the principals feel universally the same about this? I would say that there's always going to be variation, because that's who we are. So in your schools, you're gonna have teachers who are gonna say, this is exciting stuff, and you're gonna have those others, I don't know, I've seen this before. Or I'm not sure whether I can handle it. But it must be accomplished. And so what I'm saying to us is that if we're going to do this, I think it's important to be able to answer these questions as though you were actually competing for the money and saying, we will put together a dynamite proposal that includes all the critical elements of an effective professional development plan. And that means basically, how are we doing now, and how will this improve what we're doing? And how are we going to assess it? How will we monitor it on a daily basis? By whom, and how do we, as a board, become aware of its effectiveness throughout the year and years? Is this a one-shot deal, $186,000 this year? Will there be another $186,000? How long does this last? So those are the kind of realities that we have to look at as a board, is that it must be well designed at the beginning so that you can anchor yourself on a well-designed program that has every teacher, every staff person are aware of it and are actually participating in it, and are feeling that they're going to be supported by you, by whomever else we provide as instructional support services. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment. And you're always gonna find an naysayer, not implementing anything, but as a teacher, I remember going to workshops and trainings, and I'm like, this is like Kagan, you know, and I've already done that. Or our staff, I've already done that, you know. Sometimes I go back don't forget there's the old good stuff that still works.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
Spelling test, vocabulary quizzes,
name on the board.
Flashcards.
and reading, and that, what do they call it? Silent reading, 15 minutes. And I never thought it worked. I brought it back out of the closet and I put my senior. And the principal came in and he was looking at me.
Yeah.
And then he looked at me and then they're taking notes on what they're reading. And then they're standing up and reading.
Amy.
Yeah, they're reading those notes that they just took. And so you never seen, these were seniors, never seen them actually sit there and read a book. And so those new strategies also work with the old strategies. And regardless of the dollars a month. They're floating around out there. And we just wanna make sure we're gonna just as many that everybody buys it, and that we get some good data from it, and that way we can justify the expenditure and use this. All the board does is justify it, the expenditure. If it doesn't work, then well, you should have bought that to begin with. To give you just the added incentive to not forget what you learned when you first started teaching. How many years have you been teaching? 20, 30 years? Some of those will be still working.
Oh, you're still teaching them how to comment at meetings?
For the abacus.
We'll expect, you know.
So we could have that workshop, we can, nice to hear from some of the reps, but
Well, and I don't, I didn't want to interrupt the lady's presentation. Dr. Gay, I did answer your questions and
I saw that, that's pretty neat.
and I loved your suggestion of us having board work sessions, really evaluating how it's
That's what the
working.
President
Yeah,
Lee was saying, we need to.
I loved that idea and I know $180,000, we pay monthly, so we'll be paying Marzano every month. And you know, I want you guys to know, really help us vet, is it working? Is it making our teachers better? Are the strategies good? And if any of you, Mrs. Hunt Daly, any of us who've been around for a while, we know Marzano. We know he's been around for a while and but it's really, Marzano's teachings have really expanded. And we're not thinking it's a 1-year kind of thing. It's more an ongoing system. And so we need to work as a team to make sure that it is what our kids need.
And as principals and as at our leadership meetings, we have talked about, as you spoke about, the vision and how we would see that play out with speaking to their buy-in, their survey, their ownership, what they directly need would connect to their PDP, their goal that we're revisiting and observing, giving feedback on. And then as support-wise, from us and our instructional coaches, continuously giving that feedback.
And our dash plans.
And our dash
And,
plans.
yeah.
How are you gonna document that the buy-in that's occurring?
I think that speaks to, like I just spoke about, their PDPs, their lesson plans, their student work, continuous PLCs, and student progress, as well as, but mostly walkthroughs to see if there is lesson delivery. Is there background knowledge? Is there content? Is there engagement? And the 10 items that they're learning are we seeing it presented in daily lessons? I mean, you had the opportunity to walk through our schools, and in just that little glimpse, you're able to see if, like we said, if it may be a teacher who, like I said, maybe doesn't know or hadn't been through an education program, or maybe had just like we said, some students got one-to-one devices and have been Google Classrooms or just behind a screen. But is that most effective and powerful, rather than speaking and listening skills or lesson delivery with vocabulary and all of the background knowledge, things like that. So I think that we take for granted walkthroughs, but connected to PLC conversations.
I'm scared, how are we gonna So it will be embedded with that universal design and every teacher will be on board to make sure that their students are engaged. Lesson delivery is impacting all students. So we should see the impact on engagement, student attendance, wanting to come to school and be in school. So the goal is to make sure we improve on a lot of things that the whole district can improve on, but it should target the universal design instruction that every student should be getting.
Yeah.
So what's the next step?
The next step is you guys decide to vote. And we go sit down. Thank you.
Well, and one of the things, thank you, ladies, very much. But one,
Well, we're still here if you have another comment.
right, one of the things that we learned at spring budget is that there's actually title funding that is earmarked for professional development. So there is title funding that is available for this as well. But when Marzano a few weeks ago was presented to the finance committee, we got to have a Zoom meeting with the Marzano, two of the Marzano people, and they talked about it, and it was pretty inspirational. But one of the things I thought was really interesting was Mike, and I can't remember what his last name is. Rule. Mike was talking about his experience in the US, but specifically with tribal cultures and responsiveness and involvement. And he has this whole wheel that he was showing us about making sure that he is being responsive to the need of the, all of the different cultures that we have in the district. So he's also being culturally sensitive to what we have here. I know you all can speak a lot more to it, but those were just two little things I wanted to bring up because it was in part of, the buy-in, is how are we going to address, the Yazi Martinez and our native cultures and the special ed and all of those different kinds of things. And Mike was pretty inspirational in, that meeting. And we just had a few minutes with him. It wasn't, big, but Guy, what you were talking about, the work session and being able to have us learning more about what all of this is, how it can impact across the whole district better. What's the bang for our buck for $180 some odd thousand. But I would love for you all to tell us a little bit more about that part of it, because I know just so.
You did a really good job summarizing who Mike is.
Okay.
Mike lives up north and he works with Native American populations. He's an author. He's written a book called Humanized Education. And he was the speaker that we originally heard at the MLS conference in the fall. And he was pretty inspirational about empowering teachers and preparing teachers. And he's a big culturally responsive guy and talks about, you've got the community, you've got the culture of your district, but you've also got the culture of
Each school
the little
site.
towns where the kids live and each school site. And Mike will be our presenter who will be here regularly with our secondary schools. So he'll be at Laguna Acoma High School, he'll be at Early College High School, Lambs, GHS, and he'll be working with all of those teachers. other presenter, her name is Jen Shaver, and she's pretty great on her own as well, very dynamic. And they will be our assigned coaches to really help us with the rollout. And I think that part is important as well, because we do have our Yazi Martinez groups that we need to provide something for, you know, and we Miss Ray said it best. She said, we want our kids to be brilliant, and we want all of our kids to be brilliant, and we want them to have classrooms where they're learning and it's hands-on and so. But you did a great job summarizing it. His book is Humanized Education.
Right.
And they do have a schedule, huh? And they do have like a schedule where they'll be here at different.
Correct. They'll be here 6 times throughout the year. They'll be doing some presenting and working with our administrators. They'll be doing a lot of work with the teachers and in the classrooms.
But
And
there's online support too that isn't just limited, is that
correct.
right?
There is Avanti. Avanti is a video not VCR videos, but online videos of, you know, how to roll out this strategy or how to, you know, and so it's a bank of tools that all of our folks will have. Yesterday I sat through I got to go through a webinar with one of the Marzano presenters, and it was very, very good, and I ordered the books for that, for those of us that were in that one. So.
Could I, back to the, I look at it from the business perspective. I wanna know everything that is going to make this worthwhile. Oftentimes, those we as board don't know that. We get all presentations and we're supposed to remember back if we said 2 months later. You need to have a 3-ring binder, and each binder has each school. School is must take what it is that we're going to do. This should be at district level. We need to be able to see it and say, okay, this is what this is all about. This is what we expect. These are the critical events of this year. This is our expectations. When these presenters come, we need to rate whether they did a good job. How do we evaluate? We need to evaluate everything so that we know that this is actually going to be worthwhile for that teacher. We should not waste their time with ineffective presentations. So all the stuff that we have, I must admit, I must say that I don't know much about SEL. Or that all I have is the presentations and seeing workshops. But we spend money on SEL. But we don't have anything to show. Teachers show you every week what they're going to do. That means you see it. So we need to be able to see as a board, anytime we have a question for ourselves about where we're at, we can either pull it up on the screen. This is the plan. This is a professional development plan for the arts and science of teaching. And this is what we're doing this year. This is what we're doing this month. This is what we're doing at the school. That kind of stuff. That's concrete. That tells us this organization is a multi-million-dollar organization that actually documents and demonstrates that it is on top of everything, that even the board knows. So if I come to your school, I should be able to pull up and see, okay, this is what we're doing this week, this month. And it kind of clicks. Then you don't have to worry about, well, do I have to explain too much? No, he already knows, because we expect the board to know. They should be on top of it too. They should be able to say, I know this is going on. And feel that there's a connection between what you're doing as teachers and as principals and what we said we'd like to see accomplished. And we can actually have it. That's what I think is necessary. And all too often our training doesn't give us those skills of trying to document everything as administrators. We don't get a lot of that. We learn it through the hard lessons of life. Being an administrator. But we as a board, we need to know those things. I don't know whether we had any results for SEL. And so, or even with convict. Excuse me.
Okay.
I don't know what result we got, because we never put it down and documented. This is worthy of documentation. It's worthy for any one of us can see it. And so we will, when we go to that school, we will know, oh yeah, I can see it, we're gonna do this and that.
Right.
And we'll feel great about it. So it doesn't require professional background. This requires us to know, this is more, okay, this is what she's doing, this week.
Right.
And there you go, thank you.
No, ma'am. Hush your mouth. He said he was stopping. So board members.
She talks, I'm gonna talk back.
Then we're all cut off.
Consideration of approval. Okay. No, but honestly, board members we have an action item and it is consideration of approval of the professional development Marzano, the new art and science of teaching in the amount of $183,418.56. Superintendent.
President Lee, this did come to the finance committee. You guys did hear from some of the Marzano folks and the finance committee recommended that this come to the board. And our committees are vetting it and preparing, so I recommend that we consider it.
Very good. Board members, is there a motion to approve the professional development Marzano, the new art and science of teaching in the amount of $183,000 for $183,400? I will try this, third time's the charm. $183,418.56.
So moved, but I would like to add that they come back within a certain amount of time to show us progress. Where you can set, I'm not saying like tomorrow, but maybe 3-4 months. So that.
Well, it won't roll out until, when is the
August.
rollout?
It'll be July.
Well, let's discuss those things, the details, next steps kind of stuff.
After.
But I
Like one
make
of
that
those.
part of my motion,
Okay.
that we do get a presentation.
I think that's great.
So that we're getting, so that we can explain to our constituent, okay, this was worth the amount of money. And instead of just saying that we're just spending money right and left.
And what-
Okay, so I'm gonna restate, because this is what we do. So Ms. Hundaley is making a motion to approve the professional development Marzano, the new art and science of teaching in the amount of $183,418.56 with the contingency that
Follow-up presentation.
we have follow-up presentations and data included to the board after the rollout. Somebody's car is beeping. Hopefully it's not mine. Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Daly. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Hundaley and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the professional development Marzano, the new art and science of teaching in the amount of $183,418.56 with the contingency of updates be given regularly to the board. Very good. Is there any further discussion?
No, just like, no, that Mrs. Ray is also my keeper daughter. So.
Very good.
So I
Did not
trust her.
influence your vote.
And when I
Very
also want to
good.
make note, you guys did a very well job with the presentation.
Yeah, it was great.
You guys did a good job. presentation.
And they answered the questions. I
Yeah.
knew, I was,
That's great.
I was
All
ready.
right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Ira Shambo,
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Walter Hadamio,
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz, Mrs. Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next, well, hopefully, no, I shouldn't say that. Next might be a little bit quicker. It is our second read.
Recording in progress.
Dr. Martin will be presenting the bilingual seal read from
Thank you,
our
ladies, so
last
much.
meeting. And this will be the second read of the bilingual seal. So, Dr. Martin.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, colleagues and guests. Repeating Mr. Widener's announcement, this is the second read of our proposed bilingual seal policy. This is a requirement together with MOUs, bilingual seal MOUs with our tribes and nation for us to be able to apply for that bilingual seal and be able to offer that bilingual seal to our students. Without further ado, Cibola County Schools supports the New Mexico State Seal of Bilingualism, Biliteracy, or SSBB, recognizing graduates proficient in speaking, reading, and writing in one or more languages. So this will be offered to our native students, and not only that, to our students from other countries that are coming in who are proficient in their particular languages as well. So the seal is recorded on our graduate students' diplomas and transcripts. There are 4 ways to earn the SSBB. One is through tribal certification. Students meet their Pueblo, tribe, and nations requirements for them to deserve the SSBB. The second one is credits and advanced assessment, earn for language credits, and earn qualifying AP or Avant assessment scores. The third one is credits and alternative portfolio, where students earn 4 language credits and present a proficient portfolio to a panel of judges. The fourth one is advanced assessment and portfolio, demonstrate proficiency through both assessment and portfolio presentation. As I discussed this matter with Daisy Barnard of the Language and Culture Bureau of NMPED, he suggested that we go for the first and the fourth initially, and later on consider the second and the third options when we find a way to offer those 4 credits of language, 4 language credits to our students. The process and timeline for 12th graders will be by the 80th day, transcripts are reviewed, assessments verified, and portfolio requirements communicated to our students. Before the semester's end, students confirm intent to pursue the SSBB. In the spring semester, students finalize portfolios, which are evaluated by a panel and results presented at the June board meeting. The alternative process portfolio requirements are writing samples, work samples, and an oral presentation assessed by a panel. Notifications and assessment details, students and families receive written notification of results. And everyone should know that the assessment, the Avant assessment, the Avant Stamp 4S is the required assessment offered by the PED for Spanish and other languages. There's a slew of languages that the Avant Stamp 4S offers, and NMPED will give those assessments for free twice to students who apply for the Avant Stamp for the assessment. I stand for any questions.
Yes.
You have written here?
So we are in the process of, we are in the process of, we're doing the first step for the application. After the application will be the MOU process. At that time, we will be discussing the bilingual seal with the tribes and all that, and how they can roll out the bilingual seal process in their own in their own tribes and nation. I actually had initial conversations regarding SSBB with the ACOMA coordinator, Department of Education coordinator, and gave her initial information regarding our intent to get approved for the bilingual seal, because we want to first get approved to roll it out before we finally discuss the matter with each tribal education education departments. But we are required to do that anyway, because for us to be approved, we have to have an approved MOU from the tribes that want to participate in our bilingual seal program. And if a tribe feels that they're not ready to participate in a bilingual seal program because they don't have their own bilingual seal standards and evaluation methods in place, then we have to have at least a proof of effort that we asked for their participation in our bilingual seal program. But the NMPED did say that a tribe, if they don't have something standard, their standards and assessments in place yet, they can decide on an alternative way of them figuring out or actually approving the bilingual seal for their graduating students. So they have that option while they're working on their standards and their evaluation for the bilingual seal in their own education departments.
So Dr. Martin, is this essentially giving the district the opportunity for the bilingual programs to, what is this basically doing? I mean, how would we simplify? Because I understand where Ms. Hundaley is coming from, wondering what kind of tribal input there has or hasn't been. But this to me reads as though this is something that the district has in place to then allow whatever the language programs are to be implemented. Am I reading that
So
wrong?
this is coming from the New Mexico PED. What it is it certifies that our kids are experts in their languages. So if a student is ELL and they speak Spanish, they can have a seal saying that they are an expert in Spanish. And Mrs. Hundaley is correct. There needs to be work done between the tribes and Department of Diné to make sure that they're willing to certify, put their stamp of approval on our kids. And it's our educators at the schools that are our Keres educators, our Navajo educators that really need to really make sure that the kids are experts in those languages.
Any kind of strategic planning to go on. We believe that you learn your language at home. You're gonna have a lot of there, and especially when you live that same language that we talk at home. During when they eat, we have all these cultural instructions that we have to follow. But to ensure that we're gonna have fluent speakers in 4 years, Daly was one of the maybe 13 of the, one of the 13 fluent speakers in Laguna. We've lost almost all of them. And so, and the reason I know this is I teach at Alamo. And the Navajo, and they have a curriculum, Navajo has a curriculum, but the kids are not learning. She comes to me and she says, I teach them one day, they leave, they come back next day, forgot everything that I taught them, because there's no fluent speakers at home. That's a really hard contingency. There's nobody to enforce what they learned that day. So what I've incorporated with myself, the math teacher and the art teacher, is the Navajo student comes into my classroom, he has to say hello to me, he or she says hello to me in Navajo. If there's a word in Navajo, part of my lesson, like butterfly or animal, color, they're allowed to use that word in my classroom in Navajo. It's the same way with the art teacher with all the different colors. So, this is the only way that we've been able to ensure that they at least know that word they repeat every day 4 times. They don't just hear it 1 time, they hear it 4 times a day. Even if they don't have to do it at home, they can still remember that yes, when they say hello to me now, then I say hello to the carrot. And so they're also learning my carrot language as well. But you're gonna get, it's going to be difficult. It can be done, but it's going to be very difficult to earn those credits. Spanish is written, German is written. I took 3 years of French to do that. So I know how to say partly français. I don't remember a word of it. And so it's just, it takes more than you can listen to it on the headphones, you can listen to it on a tape recorder, but these ones you can't listen to. You have to hear it constantly to remember. And there's all stages, same way with the caras in Acoma, it's different than the caras in Laguna and the caras in San Domingo. And famous, they have Tewa, Toa, Tiwa, and so it's all the same caras language, but it's all pronounced different and spoken in a different way. So you're gonna have some very roadblocks.
Challenges.
Ms. Daly, our hope is this will serve as a motivation for our kids, them knowing that they can get that seal on their diplomas when they graduate in high school to start learning, and will give them a motivation to actually learn their language, because they're actually getting something on their diplomas that say they were recognized by their tribe as being eligible to get that seal on their diplomas.
And it's not that they don't want to learn, I want to learn, but I will never be fluent because I don't have the glottal pronunciations anymore because of my voice box. It's not that they don't want to learn, they want to learn, it's just that there's no reinforcement. Even if they only have it, like Mr. Danny said, they hear it one day, one class, one day. They come back the next day, they forgot what they learned. And then you teach them again, come back the next day, it's still, because there's nobody enforcement at home. I can no longer learn the language because he's gone, and but my mama and dad can ask me how you say this because they're gone. And so can you see that the dilemma we're gonna have? And I applaud you for trying the effort, but I just feel that there's gonna, like she said, there's gonna be a lot of challenges, and you need to incorporate them, the tribes, right away. Even our tribal governor Laguna doesn't speak fluent Laguna either. And so the trouble is that it's not something that you can learn. You don't have it written so that you can pass. It's a lot of it's phonetically pronounced. And I remember when I was teaching at Acoma, we had that incorporated into our lesson plan. I was the only one teaching it. The Acoma word, but then I got scolded by the Acoma parents. I said, well, you're teaching them how to say it the Laguna way. This is not the way we say it in Acoma. So the ladies told the governor, I said, you know what? The only one that's teaching the Acoma language is the Laguna teacher. And so I'm teaching them. But I had a parent who was willing to zoom in and be able to pronounce the word in Acoma the right way. even though mine was, it had the same meaning, but it was just pronounced a little bit differently. So, try to include them as soon as you can. Try to see, there's a few fluent speakers now in tribal council. Not all of them are fluent, but I would say age 24 on, not fluent. And so the only reason why my husband got this, his stepfather understood Quaker. But he wanted to convert it, so he had to learn to read. There was no ifs and buts about it. Otherwise, he didn't know what his stepfather needed or wanted. And so it starts, and I think the Spanish speakers know that it starts when they're little. You talk to them and you keep talking, and they hear it every single day, every single hour. And you can see a 3 or 4 year old talking in Spanish at the restaurant. And Lloyd and I used to just sit there and just love to hear them because they're just jabbering away. Filipinos the same with a lot of Filipino teachers. And where I teach, and the little ones all speak Filipino. And I'm like, you know, how do we do this? How do we get this?
Well, this is a good start.
Yeah, right? But just make sure that until you include the tribes, because they'll get very upset if you don't.
Very good.
And just one last little tiny 30-second comment.
Okay, I've got my timer.
Everybody's, don't be setting your time. It says to recognize and validate a student's proficiency in 2 or more languages, demonstrating their ability to communicate effectively in those languages for meaningful use in college, career, or community settings. So why are they doing it? For use in college, career, community settings. It's a credential that highlights a student's biliteracy skills and can be a valuable asset for college admissions and career opportunities. That's not for Native Americans. So we have to be careful and not over guaranteeing what this is supposed to do. So you would go back to explaining why the state wants to do that, and recognizing that the reality is what she said, and so we don't want them to say to you, well, what are you going to do about creating a native language program in your school system that will accomplish them getting it sealed? We need to kind of lower down the expectations of what this is supposed to do. And that this is just a modest attempt to acknowledge and respect the diverse languages in our community, and that if the tribes desire to participate, they would want to do it on their terms as to how they want to have their children be involved in that, and just have discussions and not over promise things, and just listen to what they're saying, because the tribes are the ones who have to determine what it is. Thank you. That was 40 seconds.
47.
He did good. He did well.
He did very well. Thank you, sir.
Praising me. Thank you.
But remember now, Luna does not want its language written.
Yeah.
So there's no chance of a portfolio. I don't know what
Book.
and San Domingo, they don't want it written.
So very, very interesting observations, though, to see what it is the district can do for those languages. Interesting. So in that vein, we do have an action item, which
We
is
do.
consideration of approval of the
And this
bilingual
this
seal.
does meet our strategic plan goals of academics, goal 1, and engaging our communities, goal 4. And so this didn't come to the finance committee, this came to the board.
It allows for a conversation.
Yeah, and so
Agreed.
and so this is the second read, and so if you guys are ready to take action, I recommend that we approve.
All right, so board members, consideration of approval of the Grant Cibola County Schools bilingual seal. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Dr. Ashambo to approve the GCCS bilingual seal. Is there any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if we could change the word on that little, instead of, let me see,
Which page, ma'am?
looking at the action item, there are people. Sometimes they say not just approval, but continued discussion. By including tribal representation.
Well, we already have the motion that has been moved and seconded. So we would have to vote. But then if we did not approve,
Can I see if I can get a 5 vote? It says certification by individual tribe that meets the requirements set by them. In other words, they would be the ones to decide how best to be involved. We don't tell them anything. They just
You tell us.
entertain it for
Right.
themselves individually. When they're ready, they can say, okay, for markets, this is how it is.
Put that in motion or?
It's contained within
It
the
is.
motion, within the body of the.
within
language.
the,
Yeah.
in the bilingual seal.
Certification by individual tribe. And then it says what the tribes can do, they can meet the requirements set by themselves and receive formal notification. They will be the ones to decide. And that's it.
Correct.
We don't. That's part of Jeff's work.
Oh, right there.
Not
Constructing
seeing
the
that was in there.
protocol
Right.
of a motion that has been stretched.
Perfect. So, board, so any further discussion? We're letting Ms. Daly read it.
It says receive formal notification, before it moves on, or just put in the formal notification, no.
Then it doesn't move forward, right? That is the choice of.
Yeah.
This is that all presented to the tribe, all, or clean down.
Was this a recommendation?
Sorry.
Was this a policy recommendation by the?
Yes, and what it,
Everything's frozen now. Do we need
basically
to
what
turn
it
the
says
air?
is that we can give our students a seal, but it's got to be certified by the tribes and.
They're like she says, they
The
don't like to write
language.
their language.
Right.
And I imagine there's probably a Tagalog seal, right?
Every language that you can think of.
Excellent.
This is the way Mr. Daly got himself. Actually, level 2 teachers, and I'm only level 2. But this is what he had to do, but I don't know how it is. He had to go before a committee to swear him fluent. Unfortunately, he was more fluent than the committee. They certified, he sent it up to Santa Fe, and then he got his teacher license. I don't know, we will not allow African, they're very traditional, South Asian, same way.
Well, but I think that's the purpose of this is allowing those students that are interested in pursuing it, the opportunity to pursue it, not that it is they have to pursue it, that it is an opportunity.
It's not,
For the
it's
seal.
not part of their credit requirements, is what you're saying.
Correct. No, this just says that we as a district, if the Department of Dene, if they say that we can certify a student in Navajo, we can put this on their diploma. Or let's say we have a student that comes here from the Philippines and they're excellent at Tagalog and we can certify that they are good in their
Absolutely.
language.
They're
Passed
bilingual.
They passed the advanced test for Tagalog, and then a panel of Tagalog speakers can
Excellent.
verify
And
that.
So it's just, it's
This
an
is just a
opportunity.
policy saying.
It's an opportunity for the students and a policy in place to allow that to happen,
Correct.
okay?
Because because at Alamo, it's required, they have to take Alamo. If they don't take it, they don't graduate.
Wow,
So we don't wanna go that.
do that, correct. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
We will
Anything
talk, we will
further?
talk graduation requirements
Next
at our
meeting.
next meeting.
Excellent. Anything further, board members? All right, Mrs. Turley, roll call, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly,
They're gonna say no.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
Miss Francis.
Aye, the motion carries. Next, this one is simple.
This one,
This is simple.
this one should be simple, and this one is for our board. This is our meeting calendar. This is when we get together.
First and third.
First and third
Tuesdays.
Tuesdays of the month, and so that will take us all the way through 2026. And so I would recommend, unless you guys wanna switch to Monday nights or something, or Thursday nights.
I do have a question. Yes, thank you. What did we, Mrs. Jones, and I'm singling you out. What did we learn about, and I know this isn't your calendar, this is board calendar, but it's gonna coincide with election day.
What we learned about election day is that, so initially we thought it was general elections, which would be even numbered years. When we went to NAMASBO, they said that it is general and local elections that we have to be off, so that
So we would, I'm gonna point out to the board right now, as we're looking at this, November 4th is Tuesday, that's election day. So right now, the district would be closed potentially.
240 day, if the calendar is approved in the next action item, 240 day employees would work that day, but teachers would not, and students would not be in session.
Okay.
And I think part of the reason for that is some of our schools are used as
Poll
polling-
sites.
Yeah, poll
Sure.
sites, and so that just keeps students safe.
Okay, so the question to board members then is, would we want to have a board meeting on November 4th? Now, in our OMA resolution, it says that election or holiday, we would then have the meeting on Thursday of that week as opposed to Tuesday. So the question now is, because it is election day, before we even look at, approving this the way it is, would we want to just go ahead and say November 6th on this for Thursday?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Okay, so let's make, and I will make note of that when I ask for the motion. But so I didn't see anything else that would have called for a change of dates other than that one meeting.
Let me make a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
We, like, because the meetings are on Tuesday, that there seems to be habit trying to get the board packet together so that we can review it ahead of time. And I don't know if anybody's thought about moving it to another date.
Well, we've had in the drive every Friday, everything in the board packet. But you would have to be able to access your email to be able to get that. So I know, like with this packet, we've had it since last Friday, everything in here. We've had since Friday, except for this board calendar, and that one did get added in. But so I think the question there, ma'am, would be, how would we be able to make it more accessible for all of the board members?
I don't think you need to say I would have to make the arrangement, which I would, now I have to make the arrangement. But, there always seems to be something that hinders us having a complete packet where either this is occurred a lot of times, we're passing out the day at the board meeting, somebody didn't get in their packets, and now we gotta make copies. I'm just wondering if it's just more opportune to, well, we find, say we find somebody that can get it in board packet and get it to us on time. We seem to always have that problem, more than one a meeting or one a month. There's always seems to be something that hinders us from getting all the information.
You thinking maybe Thursdays, every last Thursday of the month or third Thursday?
Well, we would, before we start doing that, I'm going to, no, this would involve, you know, policy change, not only one read, but two read and discussion about changing a whole calendar. So it isn't just this, because in our policies, it says that our meetings are the first and third Tuesdays. Our OMA resolutions, the first and the third Tuesdays. And so if the board would like to entertain the idea of changing it to a different night of the week, then that's easy to do, because we can, you know, say, we're gonna table this, or we are going to, you know, in a work session, be able to discuss changing that. But it's a lot more involved than just doing this calendar.
Cause I know when Richard was on the board, he had daughters or some stuff, like, there was always a thing with Tuesdays, so that's when all the games are. And so you need to make sure that you meet games, your daughter or your son are playing, or you're gonna go to the board meeting, depends on your dedication. It's hard to explain to a 16-year-old that I can't go to your game.
Sure.
So,
Would you prefer Wednesdays or Thursdays? To prep?
I think some of our churches have church on Wednesdays.
Wednesday's typically youth night.
Some of our community churches,
I don't know. APS is Wednesday meetings.
yeah.
So it's up to the
Some-
individual district. And then they have the,
100%.
then they change their policies to.
100%.
policies to reflect it. You can either say
Absolutely.
first and third Wednesdays versus third Thursdays.
Some,
But, that's what we have to.
and some districts do like, they do a regular board meeting and then they do a work session.
Board meeting.
And some of them do like a work session within a meeting.
I mean, that's been some of, you know, the meetings here. You know, I've looked back about 10 years at meetings, and it has been,
Yeah.
you know, historically in the past, there has been an hour to an hour and a half before the meeting starts, where the board is able to meet and have a work session, and then move into, you know, a traditional board meeting with presentations and action items. So, but I think my recommendation right now would be, we're gonna table this so that the board can, or no action, correct, thank you, sir. Take no action at this point on the board calendar, so that we, excuse me, can come together, have a work session, put our heads together and decide what would work for everybody. I know Mr. Ortiz and I have talked a couple of times about liking Thursdays, because it just seems more convenient to, you know, get things done, but also, you know, have everybody here in person. And I know it is more conducive to Ms. Daly to be able to be here on a Thursday versus a Tuesday in person. So I think no action is probably.
One, Mrs. Daly,
Also village meeting, almost at all the villages.
And are they weekly then? Okay.
I'm not gonna be working next year.
Mrs. Hunt Daly has also mentioned that maybe we go to some of our school sites.
Right.
And Mr. Jones is looking at kind of
How we can
helping us
facilitate
get
that.
sound for that. And
Well,
So no, we could take no
I
action.
mean, bring up these other options.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
work
think we can take no
What we'd like to do
action.
is to consider other sites that are technologically feasible.
absolutely. I think
Okay,
that's,
so instead of just board meeting, you can actually survey other sites to see if they have capacity to handle the new.
Well, we
requirements.
have 11 school sites.
Well,
Why don't we? I'm sorry, I'm being silly with making that statement, but
But the land grants, and so we
Sure.
have also asked, why can't we have meetings run by us or put together by them?
right.
Say for the Cibola or the Annapolis, they're more difficult to see it now. But, and I said, I'll bring it up. if I really get up.
Mr. Jones is working.
Okay.
All right, so we will take no action.
No action on
This
that.
evening on the board calendar.
We would like to take action, recommend to take action on the 25-26 GCCS calendar. We do have to approve a calendar before we submit our budget and all of that. And so Mrs. Jones has been working on that through her department. She has reached out to all of our stakeholders and folks and has data. And of course, this aligns with our professional development and everything that we do. So Mrs. Jones, why don't you tell them about the selected calendar?
So we put the calendar out, we got the calendar committee together, I'm gonna give you guys another one, this has the election day, there was just a slight change that Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whitener informed the district about. So you'll see how many responses we had, we put a survey out with the calendars after we had got together with the calendar committee. And so we gave them two options to vote on, calendar A and calendar B. We had 292 responses, and you can see the responses by each site or department there. And one of the other questions that we asked them, because of the two cultural days in September, with the Acoma Cultural Day being on the 2nd and the Laguna Cultural Day being on the 19th, we let the teachers vote on which day they thought parent-teacher conference would be best served for our families and our communities. And so that was one of the other questions they were asked. You'll see that at the bottom of the sheet, like the fall parent-teacher conference dates, if they wanted it September 5th or September 12th. And you can see overwhelmingly that they wanted September 12th to be the day for fall parent-teacher conferences. So going with the vote from our stakeholders, that's what I'm presenting to you tonight, is draft B of that calendar. This does reflect the November 4th day off that I mentioned that Mr. Whitener emailed them, because initially we had taken the Veterans Day. Either of those days would have been fluid. It didn't change any instructional days. It didn't change instructional time, but we just switched from the Veterans Day off to the election day after we left New Mexico. And then due to professional development, I think the calendar in your packet said it was the 25th of August that we would have off for professional development. It will actually be the 22nd as a professional development day. So it moved from a Monday to a Friday. And those were the only changes from what was in your packet to what you're presented with tonight. That is the day that that the Marzano trainers will be on site working with our teachers and administrators.
August 22nd.
August 22nd, I'm sorry. And it is green on the calendar that I just handed out to you. It's a date in green. Any other questions I can answer?
I know that, well,
No, go ahead.
that, part of the day, Mr. Hicks came in and very upset because we did the day off. It was really bad. They all had to go to work, and they should be staying at home celebrating their Veterans Day. So that wasn't a consideration.
It was, and so the veterans that we talked to, Griego being one of those, they thought that we were better served being in school on Veterans Day because they wanted to teach the students what Veterans Day was about. That was one of the things that we did this year, and we had the opportunity to go to several Veterans Day celebrations that day. We were in Cibola, we went to Cabarro, Grants High School always does theirs on Veterans Day if it's during the week. So the veterans that chimed in on that said that they would rather students learn about veterans on Veterans Day and what we celebrated rather than having a day off. I do remember that.
He came in.
I think he came in hot, huh? Any questions, board members?
That's a 180-day schedule.
So no, sir, there is 176 days
Oh.
total. We do meet the minimum hour requirements set forth by the state. Days or hours, and so we've calculated the hours of instruction that would be spent, and we do meet the instructional hours for the year.
Superintendent Widener, do you have a recommendation? Oh, we have a question now.
Acoma Cultural Day on September the 2nd, right?
Yes.
That's the way you said it. And then Laguna Cultural Day on the 19th.
It would be the orange color and
Let's remind
it's
ourselves why we're doing it.
cultural day. Right?
Yes.
That's what the district
Well-
has called it.
Navajo Cultural Day, where's that?
Is there?
The majority of the Native American students in our are Navajo.
Yeah, I don't know if they have. I don't think they do feasts.
Well,
They do co-op.
no, they do, well. I think we need to recognize that there is an appreciation of the two Pueblo tribes in this calendar. We don't have the acknowledgement of appreciation. And so there's this, and we kind of associated with the longstanding, I don't know how long it's been, we've been doing this. And I remember even having my Cabarro kids dancing at the feast. It was fun. What I'm saying is that we don't have a place of recognition for the nation within that. And that's something that we need to consider and think about. It's become expected, norm that we're supposed to take the second off on the 19th. And who gets off on those days? Is it just the students or do we have staff?
Everybody's off, right?
That would be
Full
everybody
closure,
with the
right?
exception of the 240-day employees. So if they were 240-day contract, they would work. That's,
But I've always, since I've been superintendent, I've told them, hey, if you go to the feast, if you're there, you know, that you're celebrating the cultural day, so.
You're excused.
We've had a good outturn of our 240-day employees.
and that has been the practice of the district, even as the years that I was at Mullen Elementary or at Grants High School, that if you were invited to participate at the feast, if somebody invited you, that was an acceptable reason for you to not be there that day.
Well, actually, March 19th is the original holiday for holiday for district buildings. So we have March 19th and September 19th. And then we have 6 buildings that have all other feast days and they have the kids dance and stuff like that. So they all participate. And it's not a social dance. But some people say like the buffalo and deer, those are all social dances. These ones are the 19th and the villages are actually cultural order. Minor dances.
We're off the 19th of March
I don't know.
for spring break.
Oh,
I had
good.
one Irish lady, and nothing, we don't get up on St. Patrick's Day.
Right?
Well, and they've always told me if somebody invites you to their home, you should definitely go. And we had something going on in March and I was Miss Ray invited me to her house and I told her, I said, I can't. I think we had a meeting here or something and
It was the 19th, but I got invited too, and it was on the 19th.
I really wanted some. I really wanted to go eat at Miss Ray's house.
And she says it's the same one that they have in the fall, that this is the original one, the 19th.
See, I can never think of the road to keep up.
Yeah.
That's eating in my house.
Sure.
And then when I start working, I can't even get off the bed.
This is board members, this is the calendar that our employees selected. And so
The second one?
Yes.
yes, they had two and I didn't select this one, but our employees did. And so I feel like I should recommend that we approve it
Very good.
because it is from our employees.
All right.
We're- This year's set, I'm sorry, for the district set, all vote on it too. Calendar, district set.
You probably remember a few years ago, they were trying to pass a calendar and I think it was when Dr. Guy was the president and our director didn't have the data to support it. And so she went back and got more votes and Mrs. Jones has a lot of votes.
I've ever seen before, all my 13 years.
45?
We've been using Google
job.
Forms, which are good for Mr. Jones has over 900 responses on your budget.
810,000 today.
Excellent.
Excellent. All right.
I'm sorry, total responses, 292. That's up at the very top, Miss Daly.
Okay, so they went for draft B.
Yeah, there were 292 responses district-wide. 158 wanted calendar B and 134 wanted calendar A. And then I broke it down for you by the site and the department below that, so you can see which percentage and how many responses came from each site. And then the district departments were all lumped together. If they were a district, like a maintenance or food service or transportation or district office or special ed, if they were those district sites, they all were lumped together in one.
Pretty close.
Good job. All right, we've had a recommendation. Board members, is there a motion to approve calendar B for the 2025-2026 Grant Cibola County School year?
I was gonna add, what I thought, but we need to do something about that. So that means, having a discussion with actually, show appreciation for their culture. And so that could be something that okay.
That's a good idea.
And, but there's some money was in August, and the nomination period, I think is removed too late, so it's messed up. Say we'd have.
But we still need
we'd
to
have September. We do
address it at
September,
some
the
point.
initial rodeo, remember all that stuff?
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
think they've changed it, so what we need to do is to explore how we can demonstrate appreciation.
Well, and I
And
think
take it.
sometimes
After.
the Navajo Nation
It'll be
Fair
something that you can work
is in September.
Well, I
late
know,
September.
and Mr. Weidner, I'm gonna point out one thing that I remember from this year, because I remember getting an email and some phone calls. I do know that the district has acknowledged some of the calendar observations, because remember when the eclipse happened, all of the Native American students were allowed to not attend when that was happening, and it didn't count against them as being absent because there were, and I don't remember what the email said. Maybe you remember better and could
I believe it
fill the
was-
gap.
with our Navajo families, there was something about not being out in the sun during the eclipse, and so we allowed our kids to stay home that day. Yeah, I think it was just Navajos.
But that was it, that was a.
We were out there looking, huh?
And I know-
But Guy, I just was thinking that, you know, being able to do something like that as needed, you know, what do you think?
In our strategic plan, we have some provisions for cultural appreciation. We need to go back and look at that and see where we discuss that and then have a conversation with the community, the chapter representatives and families to ask them, how would you like us to demonstrate the district appreciation of the Neck culture and the students. And so let's do that. I'm reluctant to take another day off. I actually, if I had druthers, I might eliminate some other, any more days at school.
Then off.
We do.
That's a challenge.
But even like they do Veterans Day, you know, maybe just something to learn during the school.
Well, and some of our schools do Hispanic Heritage, Black History Month. Our San Rafael community, they have the fiestas.
Yeah. Talk with the next Dodie and get some
Ideas.
ideas from overall.
Okay, we will do that.
Yeah. And then say, ask how they, other schools. use some of these things.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can do that.
All right, so board members, is there a motion?
So
Second. Give it to her.
It is. It has been moved by Dr. Archambeau and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the 2025-2026 Grant Cibola County Schools calendar. Any further discussion? None, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Walter Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz?
Yes.
Miss
Motion carries. Consent agenda. Bills and expenditures for March 2025. Superintendent Weiner.
There are two action items there. We have to approve a resolution.
No, sir, consent agenda.
I recommend that we approve them.
Perfect. We moved, remember, we moved the consent agenda ahead of the action items.
Yes.
We'll be up for those next. Promise. Okay, board members, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, including the bills and expenditures report for March 2025? Thank you. And a second, please. Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the bills and expenditures report for March 2025. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Ashambo? Miss Emily Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Walter Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz? Mrs. Francis Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Now, sir.
Now those action
Now,
items.
sir.
I apologize. I was
You
getting
were-
ahead of
you were
myself
getting
in my
ahead.
folder. So we need a resolution to allow for budget adjustment requests so that we can use all of the funds in our remaining budget throughout the rest of the year. And so there's a resolution there. And I recommend that, well, the finance committee has recommended that this come to the board for a decision.
I will remind the board that we do have policy as this states, which is, let me look at it here. Board policy, DBJ budget transfers. And so this is a resolution that the board adopts every year to allow this for our business office to get our budget done. So, board members, is there a motion to approve the resolution? Boy, I'm having a hard time speaking. Is there a motion to approve the resolution pertaining to submittal and formal ratification of budget adjustment requests?
Question, do we get to see it before we move on this, or
This is it.
this is it, so we don't get to see any?
No, ma'am.
Is it a
And this
year-
is, this
that-
is.
Do we do it yearly, every year?
Yes, we did it last year on, I don't remember, I wanna say it was like the 22nd of April. But we did approve it last year as well as the year before and the year before. I did, Miss Hunt Daily, I did go back and check annually. And this is something that in the 6 years of agenda items that I looked at, this does occur every year, typically in the last meeting of April.
Question,
Yes, sir.
do we in June have to take action to confirm this action? I'm trying to remember back what the audit, previous audit had commented.
On the
This is-
resolution
Yeah,
and
this is the
then
resolution.
I believe that this, because it says that, oh, there's a mistake. We have to say June 30th, 2025. So this is in effect until June 30th of 2025. And I just now caught that. I apologize. Because we do have the correct date on the bottom, but the one up above it, whereas it is beneficial for the Director of Finance to submit these budget adjustment requests to the Public Education Department immediately upon receipt so that funds can be expended prior to the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, 2025. My apologies for not catching that earlier, board members. But I do not recall, sir. And
It says we ratify these in regularly scheduled meetings in 2025. In other words, we do follow up and ratify these actions.
very good.
So it's covered,
It says 15 days, maybe.
except just.
Today's the 17th because this was originally supposed to be Tuesday's meeting. So we do, and I will make note of those when I call for the motion correctly. I am the only one who has to sign, so I will make certain. Okay, so I will call for, is there a motion to approve the resolution pertaining to submittal and formal ratification of budget adjustment requests with the two dates corrected to state June 30th, 2025, and today's date, which is April 17th, not 15th. Is there a motion, board members?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second. Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the resolution pertaining to submittal and formal ratification of budget adjustment requests with the dates corrected to be June 30th, 2025 and the 17th day of April, 2025. Roll call, board members.
Dr. Art Shambo,
Turley.
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, motion carries. Next is consideration of approval of the award of the RFP for board legal services respondents. Mr. Jones. It is all
Finally,
you,
you
sir.
guys have some RFP responses, so.
Madam President, members of the board, I appreciate your grace as we've worked through my first RFP process. I feel as though it's been quite successful. We have fielded RFP proposals for legal services for the board. Those proposals have been evaluated by a evaluation committee, and they have recommended that we issue awards to 3 separate firms so that the board may use them in their areas of expertise. I'm happy to explain what those areas of expertise are by the firm at this point, if that is necessary.
Please.
Perfect. Before I do that, was this in the board package?
It was not.
Then I have a difficulty seeing.
Perhaps before we go into the legal expertise areas, you can explain the RFP award process that you are going to be sharing with us and why we didn't have any paperwork in the board packet, because I think that we all, through what you're saying is the grace of this, we are all learning now what the correct process is that has been outlined by our auditor and by, I cannot remember his name, that,
Mr. Romine.
yes,
To me.
yes.
Because the RFP is essentially sealed until it's evaluated, everything is totally confidential until this moment, which is why there has not been any documentation presented to the board until this time. So once it's open, I'm happy to provide the scoring if that's necessary, though they are all so close together in the scoring that it puts the district and the board in a really good position to offer these. I'll also state that granting an award to one of these firms does not marry us to them. It does not mean that we have to call them. That would be at the discretion of the chair to do so.
Dr. Guy?
I'm trying to, one of our practices is to have all the, and I just heard the explanation thing. Two things, is that if we don't have the information in the board package, taking the time to examine the documents carefully. Now you've given an explanation why we don't, so I'm trying to process that and figure out why should I am I to just utilize this period of time at 8 o'clock to review this, and is that enough time for me to process this and render my vote on whatever it is in that short period of time? It's such an important contract or contracts. So I like to see things and be able to deliberate at some length in order to do that. That's what we need to do with other complex contracts that we do. So you're going to explain to us, do we need to take action tonight?
When does the RFP, the time, what is the timeline so that we are not going to risk it expiring?
We need to make an award tonight, or we need to table it and not grant anybody an award. The reason why the board has not had the opportunity to receive this information and deliberate is because we have all participated in authoring the RFP. So even as the chief procurement officer, I was not on the evaluation committee. We are taking the recommendation from a committee that has evaluated these to the board so that you can make an action. If you have the opportunity to make your own recommendation, then what is the point of the committee? And ultimately, it is to protect the board and to protect me from potential colluding.
Okay, so here's a question that may help us start moving forward. Are you able to share with us the process of how the RFP was fielded? And then how many respondents we have had? And that may, at least get us taking a step forward immediately now.
So we published the RFP according to the guidelines in the RFP. It was published in the Albuquerque Journal as well as two separate newspapers, both in Las Cruces and in Farmington. The reason why you do that, and it's just a little excerpt that says, go to the school's website where you can find the RFP so that you can propose. In the RFP itself, on the second page, there's an acknowledgement of receipt and basically a letter of intention. So a law firm has received this, we intend to put in an RFP. We received 3 acknowledgements of receipt. We received 3 RFPs on the day that it was due. And those have been sealed until the evaluation committee took place, which we sit everybody down, you open it up, and you go according to the rubric that we have modified and made for this as well.
Which we saw in the draft, correct?
So at that point, those things are graded based on the proposal that they have given us, and then those results are ranked. And if it's at any ease, the highest score was 97.5. The lowest was 92.1. They're all very, very closely. And that is between 3 individuals that have ranked these. So each person ranked them first, second, third. So the committee was also unanimous.
Okay, that's more information.
Right.
And so carefully.
Yes,
outlining
absolutely.
This process.
Right.
Helps us to know a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
So now, what additional information, how many are you prepared to is, are you taking, okay, what is the what are you beginning to, what are you going to be recommending? Is it a recommendation to us? Is it a presentation of the finalists that we recommend?
I'm recommending an action to you.
You're recommending action to us.
Right.
And what is the nature of that recommendation? Not citing.
The nature of that recommendation is 2 of the firms are very closely matched with some different specialities in personnel and special education, and also Yazi Martinez and employee law. Tribal relations was also one of the highlights. The 3rd firm, which ranked the lowest, is really the most powerful in terms of property and bond issuing and financial matters. So when we look at the scope of work in the RFP, there's really not one firm that is totally all encompassing of all of those things.
Okay.
Really, there's benefit of having all 3.
And so for clarification, the district, the board can accept all 3, can award all 3 firms if the board so chooses, but is not hanging our hats, so to speak, on just using one, but it is also not committing that we have to use all 3.
Yes,
Does that kind of,
Only when needed.
it's like
because
having-
I think one of the, well, I think not just one, but several of the conversations that we have had since I have been here is that there are some firms that are better suited for some of the financial needs, like you were indicating, bonds, property and things like that. Whereas there are other firms that the board has dealt with before, dealing with our personnel matters, making sure that we are following our policy, following OMA, doing things accordingly. So you're saying right now, one of the firm's strengths is more along the bond, financial property kind of side. But then you're saying that there are two, if I heard you correctly, there are two firms that are kind of neck and neck, more along all of those other needs.
Yes, ma'am. I'll say it this way. As the board president, you can call a firm and they can start working for the board tomorrow, as long as we have the documentation in place without an RFP. All the RFP allows us to do is exceed the $60,000 limit for board legal services, if needed.
But it's not a financial commitment
There
to
is-
$60,000,
There is no
correct?
financial obligation on the school board to utilize services from any of these. It is merely an agreement that you can.
Thank you. Ms. Daly?
Okay, two questions. You said that we only received 3,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was it.
That's it.
And in all my years, it's always been a summative discussion among the board members. The very first year coming in, they wanted to do a recommendation set by the old board. And so the new board got to look at every application and make their own choice. We didn't bother going to a evaluation committee because we felt that that was our responsibility to ensure that we were picking the right law firm. And at the time we went back to McCuddy because they were more, they had more attorneys that were, that we felt were more, yeah, yeah, I can't remember. But we did it ourselves, and I don't know if where the idea came that we needed an evaluation. So
I can speak to that, and with respect, the old practice is improper and would likely get the board in trouble and has got boards in the state of New Mexico in trouble. The only procurement piece that the board participates in typically is the financial auditor that you select. Everything else needs to be done through a committee, just to protect you. I'll remind you that there was an entire board that was dismissed in Los Lunas because of their participation in the procurement process. So it's really to protect you. The way that the board does their due diligence is you assist in authoring the RFP, which we have done. So you give the guidelines, you write the scope of work, you wrote the rubric, and now we have the results of your work to present to you, protecting you from, again, even the image of corruption or backdoor deals or however you want to say it.
now, I totally disagree with that. I think that we have the experience to make these decisions on such as like we do with the budget. And I feel threatened that we're gonna get ourselves into trouble because we do it in a way that is fair and considerate of everybody that applies. And so you can tell me that you're trying to save us from lawsuits, and it doesn't mean a lot to me. And I feel like I'd be put to choose an attorney that's going to represent. This is the board's attorney. This is not the school's attorney or the district's attorney. This is the board's attorney that we so choose. And at the time when we had the discrepancy back in 2015, the firms came to our meeting and validated themselves to us. And what we also had all the information in front of us that we went through, and that so that we were able to ask each firm the same questions, and then choose our own attorney.
We still get to, we don't have to accept all three.
I brought all of that up, Ms. Daly, when Mr. Maldonado was with us. And that's when he brought up that he corrected that we were doing it the wrong way, because I brought up that I wanted to do it the way that we were doing it, you know. You, Dr. Guy, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Sandoval.
The state auditor.
And who was the state auditor? We actually choose our own state auditor. And brought that off to when we had that thing that we had to give up. I was concerned about the relationship between the people that we choose, like the state auditor and our finance director. And then we come up with a really bad audit with all these kind of discrepancies. And I said, we didn't get to choose, we were told by Mr. Monahan, you don't get to choose your auditor. And I said, since when? We've always done it on our own. And that way it saves the finance director from getting into trouble. But I find it very leery that we're doing this and we don't have a say so as the board. We're hiring the committee's recommendation. We're not hiring the board's recommendation. And as a board member, I worry about those things out in the public. You hired the good old boy, you know, and I've heard it. My first audit meeting, he said that they've known each other for 30-something years. They're good friends. I said, so why are we hiring an auditor that's good friends with the finance director? Do you remember that? It's like,
And you know, those kind of things happen, you know, and.
But like what he's
we were
doing,
going
and we're
the
not
wrong way
hiring
and
the good old
doing
boy.
it, So.
He's preventing
that's
us
when Mr.
hiring the
Jones
good
came
old
into
boy.
it.
Right.
So, Mrs. Lee, let me clarify a little bit. This process is coming from the office of the state auditor, not the state
The state
auditor.
auditor. Thank
We
you.
hire our own auditor. We do hire our own auditor, but the office of the state auditor is a state office. They have changed the process through the years. It's been 10 years and they have changed the process. Mr. Jones will answer your questions if you'll let him talk about the three applicants. And his recommendation is to accept all three. You don't have to, but.
I'll add also that I'm not a sole actor in this. I've relied heavily upon my network of people that have been in my position for 30 years, including the president of ASPO and the executive director of ASPO, and multiple colleagues within that organization that have all said this is the new standard operating practice for procurement, because the state has gotten very particular when the board is doing things as it has been done before. And I am a rule follower, and I won't come and present something to you that is shady.
Sure.
Super proper term, I know.
Okay.
We approved a process. We
Correct.
proceed.
I agree. We're
We-
following.
We did do that, and we did approve the RFP process.
Correct.
It's the result of that. What
Correct.
we need to find out is ultimately we're going to make us, we can select all three. And then we have to then decide which firm will we rely on for specific purposes, for specific legal guidance. And we know that the guidance involves either personnel actions, student related issues, finance, and other things. And also, some of them are focused on solely being the advisor of the board. In other words, the board would for matters involving, say, the evaluation of the superintendent, things of that sort, or any other kind of legal interpretation. What's purview, then we would be. I'm not sure, it all depends. I guess it depends on the legal needs. It may not be necessary to always go to a single firm, but probably to a firm that would have go to if we felt that their perspective might be more appropriate than others. I think that, that's possible. We've tended to do is to, if I recall right, is to have a primary counsel for the board, so that whenever the board needs some guidance, it would go to that person, that firm. The administration also is superintendent and delegated administrators are able to seek legal advice and support. It may be the same firm, it may be another firm. If it has to do with special education issues, it has to do with state and tribal legal issues, that could be another area. I'm trying to figure out how do we decide which one we go to of those three. Sounds like one of them we would tend to go to when it comes to financial matters. So that leaves the rest of the thick volume of board policies that sometimes requires support and legal advice. So I think we're having to decide ultimately, are we going to choose one or should we all choose three? I'm inclined to be interested in getting services from the most that is available.
Agreed.
And then we have to decide who we want to address certain issues. I don't know how detailed we want to, because we had identified several areas of legal services and how we would want to move on that. That's my curiosity, my concern. Susan, we'd like, if you were going to pose a question that needs to, you need an answer, who would you go to? But does it always have to be that same firm? It could be
two of the
another
three.
issue.
Sure.
I think we need to be comfortable with going to any of them, because by and large, they all are equally competent.
Agreed.
And even if there could have been five, because there's not that many firms that are known to be used by school districts. So almost all of them are competent, as we've seen in our workshops that the association has presented. And I can feel comfortable with all of them. And we've used almost all of them in the past. So, Madam President, I think we need to move forward and
Here.
hear the presentations, and then make it. We then have to take the step of
Then we have to discuss.
discuss, and then do we choose one, two, a firm, or all three firms? And go from there.
I agree.
That-
Well,
We only got three.
Yeah.
agree.
Or we can decide not to do it.
Well, if we decide not to do it, then we're
in trouble.
we're starting from scratch.
We are. It's tonight. Tonight is when the RFP award is stated.
Well,
Based on the RFP, not based on any.
well,
No, ma'am.
we, it is on the agenda. So it is an action item.
It is. So without further ado, perhaps Mr. Jones can share the three firms, the scoring and the recommendations from the committees or committee.
The committee recommends awarding all three offerers based on the different criteria listed below. Ortiz and Zamora for their specialty in Yazzie Martinez, tribal relations, board policies, and general services. Walsh and Gallegos for their specialty in general services, Title IX, special education, employee law, and Toolbox 4.3. which is a training tool that they use for special education. And last but not least, Module Sperling for their specialty in bonds and financial matters, construction, property, and procurement.
So will you please read all three and their specialities again?
So Ortiz and Zamora, Yazi Martinez, tribal relations, board policies, and general legal services. They were the highest scored.
They were the 97.
Correct. Walsh Gallegos for their general services, Title IX, special education law, employee law, and toolbox 4.3. They scored just below at 96.
1 point difference.
And Module Sperling for their bonds and financial matters expertise, construction, property, and procurement law. And they scored 92.
Thank you. Board members, discussion on the three.
I'll go back to Ortiz and Zamora.
Okay.
Into a little more detail.
I cannot give you more detail as I did not read the proposals. I'm coming to refer to you what the recommendation committee has recommended.
So say it again, what did they specialize in?
They specialized in Yazi Martinez, tribal relations, board policies, and general services.
At 97
At
points.
97.
Okay. And then Walsh and Gallegos is 96 and their specialties.
Are general services, Title IX, special education law, and employee law.
Makes sense. And then Module was 92 and their financial sided.
Construction, property, and procurement law.
Have we used them?
I don't remember ever using.
I don't recall seeing Module.
Who have we used recently?
We've, yeah,
No, in finance.
Superintendent Widener, we're talking to you, sir.
In finance?
What attorney firm has the business office used of late?
You've basically been doing everything with Walsh and Gallegos.
We have. So I will say this at risk of saying too much. Module Sperling has been working with us through the bond sell process. They work with RCA,
Kaylee.
as well as NMFA. They are the legal counsel for those entities to make sure that everything is in line and prepared for a bond sale.
Has they presented here to the board?
Have they presented?
Module.
No, I don't know them.
I do know them. but
I
I've used
know
in
them
different
too,
av-
yeah,
I've used them in
personally.
different avenues personally.
Different, yeah, different
And they do know procurements because we did use them in.
for the
as-
county.
In the county.
And Walsh and Gallegos has been helping us with the Mesa View stuff
And some of the personnel stuff.
and I don't know them.
You're not a Cowboys fan, are you?
Yeah.
No, but Module's who Joe worked with. Remember Joe?
Yeah.
Diaz, you know?
Where are we
Joe
at?
Diaz?
Well,
Joe
we're
Diaz.
at the point
That was his
of,
company.
pardon me? Or two. I mean, it's the way the board, Emily, as you were saying earlier, the board gets to choose how it goes. You know, and that's the great part of this right now. I think that everybody sitting here has had different experiences with different attorneys. I I don't know Modrel now. You know, that my last dealing with Modrel Sperling was 15, 20 years ago, you know, so now is clearly very different. And Ortiz and Zamora, you know, I have seen many of their presentations at NMSBA. And I know that they have been previous attorney for the school district. Walsh and Gallegos is current. You know, that's my knowledge of the three applicants. And I know that you three board members have had lots of experience with lots of the firms and different things. And I would love to hear what you all think. I mean, my inclination just right now for ease of moving forward, I would love to award all three because I think it makes the most sense for opportunity going forward and leaning on experiences and hearing some of the specific strengths are things that have been very important to us.
Are we in a position of sitting down with them and discussing the scope of possible services with us? Once, say we decide to
Award
choose all
all
three.
three, yes,
and then-
absolutely.
And then sit down with them
Correct.
and discuss,
Correct.
and then we then decide which one.
We like for
we would-
which,
we would consider, doesn't necessarily mean that we would have to sustain that. It just means that at that point in time, we would get familiar with who we work.
absolutely.
Know this, the firm that is involved with finances.
Module and
Financial
Sperling,
matters.
right, right.
One question, $60,000, is that for each one of them or total? 20 for this, 20 for that?
60,000 each. And the reason we need an RFP is any expense in excess of 60,000 requires an RFP under New Mexico procurement law.
So if we were
But
to
there
do-
is no obligation to spend any dollar amount with any firm that is awarded a contract tonight.
But you can entertain other firms, so long as they don't exceed $60,000.
Right.
And so it doesn't mean that we limit ourselves, because there may be some specialty issue that we may need to seek one of the firms to do that work. Nevertheless, I'm just saying, if we were to get them to come in or just have
Sure.
opportunity to engage them,
Get to know them.
and then at some point begin to make use of their services.
So Emily, I think your question, if I'm hearing right, is you're wanting to make sure that we aren't committing a financial amount should we award all three. We're just committing the opportunity to use them up to or beyond 60 by fielding the RFP.
What did we spend, what was our budget this year?
The budget that the board received in total was $30,000 for this calendar year.
So we can't exceed $30,000.
Right?
And that was just with Walsh and Bagel?
That's all board
Walsh.
expenses.
We had Walsh, Himes, and who else? I think it was Walsh and Himes, Petrarca.
For the board.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm gonna agree with Francie, Guy, you know, the more we have in our toolbox, the better off we are, and we're not committed to that money, and like you said, we can decide.
We
To
can
that.
invite them to,
To light up.
Like you said, you're uncomfortable with a little bit with Samora. And I'm a little bit uncomfortable with Gallegos, just on comments, you know. But I'm okay to work with all.
right, right.
Yeah, aside from cowboy stuff that I hear, they do have additional
Absolutely.
And so does module.
So
Are we
And I
ready to
like
entertain
Elena.
a motion?
I think that we're ready to entertain a motion. Would you, Guy, like to be the one, or would you like me to throw it out there?
The firms again?
Ortiz and Zamora, Walsh Gallegos, Module Sperling.
I move that we entertain, contracting services with the three firms.
All right. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the award of RFP 2025-001 for board legal service respondents Ortiz and Zamora, Walsh and Gallegos, Modrell and Sperling law firms. Any discussion, board members? Well, but we cannot award an RFP that we have not fielded. So right, but she's asking if we should say that we are not limited to and can do more, but what I'm saying is that we can't award anything beyond what we have already fielded now. But Emily, that doesn't mean that we couldn't use somebody else or do another RFP at a later time. This is just what we have respondent wise now.
Can I say it differently?
Sure.
I'd like to move to make multiple awards for services of
Absolutely.
Award of RFP.
So say that one more time.
We can say award legal services to the three proposals of RFP 2025. I'm trying to.
I don't know, now start over.
Yeah,
Start over, because that was two going together, so let's a better, more concise.
Okay, no, I know how it is. Award of RFP 2025-001 for legal services for the three recommended firms. Because whoever's taking minutes has to know. And if you're it, you need to know.
Okay, let me see if you like how I'm gonna say this. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to award the 2025-001 for legal services to the three firms, Ortiz and Zamora, Walsh and Gallegos.
He said the recommended.
Recommended. See, why aren't you writing it down for me? To the three recommended firms of Ortiz and Zamora, Walsh and Gallegos, Modrell and Sperling.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. We will try this one more time. Miss Shirley, let me see if I get this correct. Because I think you wrote it down probably better than even I did. All right, it has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the award of the 2025-001 RFP for legal services to the three recommended firms of Ortiz and Zamora, Walsh and Gallegos, Model and Sperling. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we should proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly, Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. B.
Aye, the motion carries. Now we have executive session. It is discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 of the Open Meetings Act, limited personnel matters regarding the, no. I 100% apologize for that because that is 100% not the correct language. I did not copy and paste correctly. Let me restate this. Executive session. Discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the superintendent to update the board regarding administration movements. No action will be taken and only the items listed will be discussed. Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented? Thank you. And a second.
Second.
I'll give it to Guy. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Dr. Archambault to move to executive session as presented. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz, Miss Francis Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board will move into the board has moved into executive session at 8:37 PM. We will take a brief minute to get us into executive session for Zoom. You're good. Thank you all for being here. Will you mute
too. Well, and we can send you guys the official one.
It's on our.
We'll put it on the
friends, that's all
website.
over, I see it all
Why
over the
am I
place.
hearing sounds now?
So May first,
May 1st on a Thursday.
All right, Mrs. Lee, you
I
tell me
know,
when you're ready.
well, I was trying to let Mrs. Turley come back in. So she can do the roll call for us. Fair enough. All right, board members, as we are unmuted, I will make the statement here that executive session was discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the superintendent to update the board regarding administration movements. No action was taken and only the items listed were discussed. So board members, I'll do the roll call for us when we get to that point if Ms. Turley is in here. Is there a motion to reconvene open session as presented? I'm gonna give it, I was gonna give it to you, Emily.
Oh, a second.
Okay. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to reconvene open session as presented. And Mrs. Turley, roll call, please, if you're ready, ma'am. I'm talking
Very
really
slow.
slowly.
Yes. Let me bring my notes. Dr. Archambault.
Yes.
So just to fill you in, Ms. Hunt Daly, on the executive session reconvene. I've got the notes. We're
Okay.
good.
So did he already
So
say?
Dr. Archambault said
Yes.
yes. So Ms.
Emily Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Who's next?
Jaramillo.
Jaramillo.
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo. Mr. Ron Ortiz?
yes,
And Miss Francie Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board reconvenes session at open session at 10:23 PM. Mr. Widener, announcements, sir.
So, couple of real quick announcements. Tomorrow, April 18th, the district is closed for the Good Friday holiday. April 30th will be our regular early release day for professional development. My mentor will be here working on systems with the teams. May 9th, we have the graduation at the early college high school. May 16th, we have the Grants High School graduation, and May 17th, Laguna Acamas graduation is coming up. We have a group, we talked about a work session in the near future for May 1st. Some of the items that we might want to talk about: strategic plan, team building, evaluation instrument, evaluation timeline, graduation requirements, board policy updates. In the future, we're going to be adopting our budget. You will want an update on the staffing and the positions.
Right? Didn't we do that in June last year?
We do, and at this point, what you'd want to know is you'd want to know who was like, how many are retiring, how many
Right.
are resigning.
Very good.
Dr. Martin will be presenting IMASA, NAMASA data. We will need to update you on PSFA and the projects that we have going. We have Mesa View going right now. And we need to make sure that we know what's going on with Mount Taylor. Safety and security updates, we definitely want to keep talking about safety and security. We want to talk about the AVID program. We currently have AVID at Grants High School, and we are looking at expanding it to other school sites. So we want to talk about that with the board. NMSU will be here presenting their budget, and we will have to talk about the lease for the early college high school. And we will, in the near future, need to talk about the bleachers that were donated to the district that we need to build and put together. So
our staff do it.
Anything else, board members, for future agenda items?
I just have a question about, they've been asking about staff appreciation. Is that gonna happen or retirement party or?
So National Teacher Appreciation Week is the first week of May. And historically, we always celebrated our staff appreciation during that week. With the change of 180-day calendar this year, we couldn't take the day off the first week of May. And so we will have, our sites will all do celebrations the first week of May. We will have our staff gala on May 27th.
That's the retirement one, the ones that are retired.
That's where we do the retirements,
5
the
years.
awards, all of that, the dinner.
Superintendent Widener, unless board members have anything else to add.
The most critical thing, we need two critical things is your evaluation instrument. That's gonna take time.
Yeah, work session to start.
And then, and also expectations, or however you wanna say it.
Yep.
And the other is the budget. And the budget requires us to spend time, quality time, prior to the adoption of the budget. And I can offer my additional suggestions as to what I think that's all about. And but we do need to spend sufficient time to do that. There's a lot of stuff packed into one of these.
Yeah.
That's the concern.
Agreed.
And so some of the ultimately may have. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
This thing here till sunrise.
Easily,
This is,
easily.
we're an hour early from normal.
No. This is way longer than I like. 7:30, that's been our goal earlier. We just started at that time of year.
Now, the work session on the first, can we have that posted somewhere?
I think so. I don't have an issue with the work session elsewhere. I think that sounds great. I think that sounds great. I like that idea, ma'am. Very good.
And, Sky City, they have a separate dining room that they can close off.
Because we don't need
we
a
can
we
look-
don't need cameras or nothing.
Yeah, no, we can look
We
into
can have
that.
it anywhere.
All right, very good.
We will-
Okay.
That sounds like an idea.
I
Superintendent
recommend to
Weiner,
adjourn.
yes,
So moved. Second.
yes. We like this. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to adjourn the meeting as presented. Ms. Shirley, roll call, please. No yawning, ma'am.
It's not me. I haven't all night, so I did pretty good. Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Miss Emily Hunt Daly? Mr. Walter Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ron Ortiz? Miss Francis Lee?
Aye, motion carries. The board has adjourned at 10:29 PM.
That's better than 12:30.
Okay.
Right?